Hi, everyone. We'll get started in a minute or two. We're just waiting on one more board member to attend. All right, board members, why don't you guys turn your cameras on? Make sure everybody's here.
Matt, I am here. This is Nathaniel. I won't be able to turn my camera on tonight.
Okay. Why not, if you don't mind my asking?
I am driving and I don't have access to it.
Okay.
I could enable it if I needed to at some stage, but
we'll make do somehow. We'll make sure as we are voting that we ask for a voice vote from you, Nathaniel.
Perfect.
And I expect we're going to go a couple hours. Will you be driving the whole time?
At some stage, I may be able to turn my camera on.
Okay. All right. We'll do the best we can. Gregory, are you ready for us to get started? Okay. All right. And are we good with? Are we good in live here with Zoom? Okay. 1 second. Okay. All right. So let's begin then. Hello and welcome. Welcome to the June 24 meeting of the board of the Valley of the Sun Waldorf Education Association and the school that we operate, which of course is the Desert Marigold School. I hope everybody's doing well and is healthy. There continues to be a great deal of stress and worry in the world right now. I'd say a lot of folks, I think, are feeling it one way or another. Maybe a difficult time for some folks. I'll continue to ask for patience from the community. We, the board, have seen some emails and some other communications, and I think folks may be jumping to conclusions or making assumptions or just getting bad information or information that's wrong, and then getting upset as a result. And so please consider DMS to be the best source of information about the school and the school's plans. That might be emails from the administration. It might be content on Parent Square. It could be these board meetings. It could be the board minutes, which we make available on the website a few days after each meeting. All of those are good sources of information about the school and the school's plans. But generally speaking, say non-DMS sources of information may not be reliable. Maybe some are, but perhaps some are not. Folks who are passing along information may have misheard something. They may have misread something. They may misunderstand something, or perhaps they just don't have the full picture. And that's understandable. And folks may mean well, but unfortunately may not always be correct or not well informed. So please just ask that as you, members of our community, come across information, from someone other than DMS or from a source other than DMS, just ask yourself, well, how would this person know that? Or where did you get that information so that I can verify it? Because we don't want people jumping to the wrong conclusions or making assumptions and then getting upset when it may not be warranted. So please consider DMS to be the best source of information about the school and the school's plans. We are expecting to publish an outline of DMS's plan to reopen in less than a week, by June 30th. So just be mindful. Things continue to evolve rapidly. Just today, just this afternoon, Governor Ducey held a press conference and announced a new plan to support schools that included some increased spending. So again, it's evolving rapidly. Things are continuing to change. Please be patient, and please keep an eye out for the more information that's on its way. In the meantime, we are continuing as a board to meet virtually because of COVID-19 and the pandemic and all that goes with that, making it challenging logistically for us to gather in an enclosed space. So for now, virtual is the safest and best way for us to meet. And tonight we're doing so by Zoom, and the public is able to attend that way. All right, let me read the opening verse, and then I'll ask the board members to introduce themselves. The true aim of education is to awaken real powers of perception and judgment in relation to life and living. For only such an awakening can lead to true freedom. And that's from Rudolf Steiner. And my name is Matt Walker, as it says on the screen right next to my picture. I'm board president and parent of a student at DMS. So can I ask the other board members to introduce themselves, starting with April?
April Sauer, board member, and I have a daughter at DMS.
Mr. Tanner? Can you try again?
John Tanner, board member.
Great. All right. Thank you. Gregory?
Gregory Schneider, board secretary and parent of 2 kids at the school.
Okay. You're a little faint, but we heard you. Mr. Elling?
Yes, John Elling, board treasurer.
And Nathaniel?
Nathaniel Allen. I'm a board member and parent of 2 children at the school.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. A quick preview of the agenda. The agenda tonight is focused on our proposed budget for the next fiscal year. Included in that will be a discussion of expected revenue, expected expenses, things of that sort. We also have a couple of specific budgetary items to cover, which are outlined in the agenda. As usual, I'll start with a little bit of board business, not very much, and then we'll dive right into the budget topics. We are not doing public comment tonight. And again, it is not required. And I would like to remind everyone that if anyone would like to provide their thoughts to the board, they're welcome to do so by email. To log your attendance at tonight's meeting, please click on the link in the agenda notice where indicated. It will open a sheet in Google Docs, and you just type in your name there. No one is obligated to record their attendance, but should you choose to do so, that's where you do it. A reminder, due to open meeting law, of course, we are limited in what we can discuss to the items that are listed on the agenda. And I suspect everybody who is watching tonight has already seen one of these board meetings, but just a reminder in case you haven't attended a board meeting before, but it's a meeting of the board. In essence, it is our meeting that the public gets to watch, but does not get to participate in unless we invite you to do so. So it may feel a little bit odd to watch a group of other people meeting, But that's the way it is. All right, starting with the minutes from our prior meeting, which was just last week. I will make a motion to approve the minutes from the June 17 board meeting.
I'll second that motion. This is Nathaniel Allen.
All right, thank you, Nathaniel. Any discussion? Not hearing any discussion. All in favor?
Yay.
All right.
Or aye.
Either one works. And any opposed? And abstaining? Yeah, Gregory will abstain. Okay.
Mr. Walker?
Yeah.
Would you read the opening verse, please?
I did. Did you not hear it?
Maybe I was, my apologies then. Maybe I didn't hear it. Please forgive me.
Yeah. No
My
problem.
mistake. Okay.
All right. Well, we are now into the budget and finance portion of our agenda. Let me invite Christy Kriegsfeld and Priscilla Garza into the meeting. We have quite a bit to discuss. Obviously, the budget for the next fiscal year is the main issue. There are a couple of discrete items, and because they are discrete, I thought maybe we would perhaps start with one of those, and that is the phone system. Rather than having that be in the midst of all the other things we need to discuss, I thought we might be able to discuss that one and get it out of the way, so to speak. Any concerns with that?
Matt, this is Nathaniel.
Yeah.
The system as it is, I'm actually going to be at the facility tomorrow. I just wanted to put eyes on it and then get an updated conversation from the vendor just to verify a few things. The quote doesn't seem specific enough for my tastes, so I just wanted to ask a few questions, and so maybe if there's a way of tabling a decision on whether or not it's thumbs up, so we can get a little more background before then.
Hey, that's fine with me. Just to briefly outline the issue, the school's phone system is either has failed or is failing, and the school has obtained a quote from the vendor who manages our phone system today to replace it. It seems as though that replacing it is likely warranted. And Nathaniel, I appreciate you diving in. We'd appreciate your expertise, or at least experience, in this space. So glad you're able to do that. Can we wait? Our next meeting is 2 weeks from today. Maybe it's a question for Christy, if you're there, Christy. Is this something that we can wait? Can a decision wait for 2 weeks?
Yes, I sent it to the board because my monetary authority to approve invoices cannot exceed $5,000. So the current quote that we have for consideration prior to Nathaniel doing his research and working with them exceeds that authority. So we can table it for sure. And if it does fall under that amount ultimately, then I don't know that we need to actually add it as an agenda item going forward.
Okay. All right. Fine by me. Any questions about that, board members? Yeah, okay. All right, Nathaniel, thank you for...
One clarification on the phone system. Does that mean that if somebody calls the school that they can't get through on the landline?
That's correct. The current landline is not working and calls are being forwarded to cell phones.
And that works? People are able to make that connection?
As far as I understand, it's working. It was not something that our vendor needed to do. Our phone service is through Cox, and reaching out to them, they were able to forward calls into the main lines to cell phone numbers. But
So
obviously,
the general
it's not
public
sustainable.
Indeed, but the general public is able to conduct business with the school, at least somewhat.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good questions. All right, good. Any other questions or discussion on that?
I'm curious if after Nathaniel does whatever research he's going to do there, what happens if it turns out that the quote is accurate and then we're waiting on this? I mean, would it make sense to just approve the quote as is, just in case that is what it is? And then that way, regardless, Christy could go forward with what she needs. Sort of a worst case scenario vote. I don't know. I just don't want to hinder this plan.
Yeah, I imagine we could say we approve it up to a dollar number not to exceed X.
Yeah, just what the quote is.
Yeah.
Right now.
That's fine by me. Any concerns, board members?
I just wondered, we have that money sitting around to be able to just go into this and get it fixed?
Well, we have to find it somewhere. Unfortunately, the school can't do it without a phone system.
Yeah, I would say that we have to juggle it around.
That's true. I would agree that, there wasn't a whole lot of information on there. So I really don't know what all is wrong with it, what they plan on replacing. Is it every phone on campus that needs fixed, or, are we looking to, get the office up and running and then look at something down the road to get the others working?
John, I can at a minimum answer that. There's nothing wrong with the physical phones that we have distributed throughout the campus. It's the, and this is where the technical aspect that I lack. Maybe Nathaniel can pipe in too, but it's the actual phone system that's installed along with not along with, but separate to, but in the same area as our internet. And it is, from what I understand, many, many years old. Nathaniel, I see you're off mute. If there's something you can add.
No, they used to call them Edgewaters. I don't want to get too granular with it, but you used to have a physical router that basically plugged your internet into individual phones. So it's a network of your phones connected through this box. And if that hardware is bad, that's one thing. But even then, I question the quote, because that identical replacement is like half the amount they've quoted. So I just want to do some research, and then I'm not sure what labor is required to plug and swap out a router box. So I'll be more clear tomorrow when I'm on site and I can see it myself, and then I'll communicate with the vendor directly just to verify that we're getting our money's worth. I do think this kind of a repair should fall underneath your limit. As far as dollar amount, this is just a little bit higher than that. And even the vendor is pretty clear that they're being generous in their overestimation. So I just want to try to bring it to the middle and make sure we're only paying for what we need. I will ask you though, Christy, while we're on the subject, telephony has come a long way. A lot of these phones, if they're internet enabled phones, they don't actually need a router box anymore. The software lives on the phone. So these are things I'll be able to observe and see. But if the way the routing is currently working is a viable mechanism where we, have, I don't know how many phones there are on the system, any of that. So I'd actually prefer to do some more research and talk to you about it more specifically. We can come up with a solution, I think, that's less than the 8,000 and change that's been quoted regardless. So even if we utilize a different system than the one that we have. So.
Sounds good. I look forward to meeting with you tomorrow.
Cool.
Okay. Then I'd say let's table it. And I'd say let's not pre-approve a number. Let's wait and see what happens. Gregory, are you having audio troubles, or are you okay? You're having audio troubles? We're not able to hear you? Okay, we'll give you a moment. All right, let's pause here for a moment.
Can you hear me now?
All good.
Just a couple of thoughts. Is there a reason we're not getting alternative quotes for this replacement if it's not super time sensitive? And then in terms of this quote in particular, like Nathaniel, I struggled with reading it. It seemed very high, and like it's like $4,000 for labor. It's not even broken down by number of hours or hourly rate or anything like that, which I just thought was problematic, and just kind of like a flat fee for labor, which didn't really make sense to me. But so all that said, like maybe think about getting another quote if we can, if we have time to do that, and let's take this up next time.
All right, thank you. And again, Nathaniel, thanks for helping out here. Much appreciated. It sounds like you were already thinking it too, which is more specificity in the quote. All right. All right. Well, then let's turn to the budget itself now. And let me review a little bit about the process and timeline first, so that we're all oriented to the same thing, and then we can dive into the specifics. So today, obviously, we'll debate, and the plan is to, by the end of the night, vote on finalizing the proposed budget. Within the next day or two, we would post that approved proposed budget on the DMS website. It is to be there 10 days prior to when we finalize the budget. And we do have plenty of time for that, which is good. At about that same time, Priscilla will upload it to to ADE, which is helpful. Thank you. We'll then spend the next 2 weeks or so continuing to check on and verify the items in the proposed budget. I imagine there will be some input from the community once the proposed budget is published on the school's website. So we'll have a chance to consider that. And then on July 8th, which is 2 weeks from now, the board will reconvene to review and finalize the actual budget. and vote on whether to approve it. And then shortly thereafter, Priscilla again would upload that to the state well ahead of the deadline, which is July 15th. So I think we're on a good path here timing wise. Any questions about the timeline?
I'm back. Sorry.
No worries. Okay. So again, thank you, Christy and Priscilla, for the help with the budget. Before we get into it, just a couple of reminders. Some aspects of what we have access to as board members, some aspects are confidential. There's some salary information, there's some benefits and specifics and such. So let's be mindful of our comments and questions in the public portion of tonight's meeting about that. So we can do that. We can discuss the general items, the non-confidential items in the public portion, and then we will likely move to executive session to cover the confidential items. Then after the executive session, we would come back into the public forum, public session, and then we would there vote on whether to approve the proposed budget as we have discussed it and amended it tonight. I'll also say, I believe we are aiming for a balanced budget, which in this case means that our anticipated expenses match but do not exceed our anticipated income and revenue. I did ask John Elling to lead us through this portion of the discussion, but I do expect we will all have questions and comments. And again, Priscilla and Christy, thank you for attending to help us answer some of those. So, Mr. Elling, why don't I turn it over to you?
Okay, thank you, Matt. Yeah, as Matt said, and the emails that I had sent out this week, or I really, we've had a week to look at this budget that Priscilla and Christy had sent to us, and we previewed last week. And so this is the one that we've been looking at for a week, and I thought this would be the best one to go through, and even if it needs to be line by line, we can ask questions. I'm maybe taking a lead on it, Matt, but I think probably Priscilla and Christy will be doing most of the talking because they're going to be able to answer the questions that the board may have. So I propose that we just start at the top, and we'll start down through the income, and we can look at any questions there, taking a look at what was budgeted last year, what the actuals were, if we have any questions. One of the things I think we have to keep in mind is that the beginning of this year might be a little bit different because we're still dealing with a lot of uncertainty about what's actually going to be going on at the school. So we have to keep that in mind as well.
John, can I pause you just for a moment?
Yes.
I'm sorry. You said right at the top when you started that you sent out emails this week. Am I the only person who has not received emails from John Elling, or was that a misstatement? Are you referring to what we got for the last?
And let me rephrase that. I may have.
I just didn't get anything from you.
Oh no, that's okay.
Okay.
I may have.
I just want to make sure I'm on the right page.
To Matt and Greg, Gregory. So my apologies. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you
for catching that. But I want to just start at the top, and we can work down through there, and just start right with the 1310 tuitions from individuals. My one question there for Christy to start is the enrollment set for that, Christy? Are we still gathering students in, or is that figure going to remain where it's at?
Priscilla, double check me, but the number that we inserted in draft 2 of the budget that was disseminated contains the most up-to-date enrollment numbers that I provided to you, right? So that number is based on those current enrollment numbers.
Yes. Yes. So currently we have 210.5 K through 8 and 48 9 through 12. And I have not logged back into school admin to verify this week.
And how about the private kindergarten? Is that at 15 children still?
So yes, I'm looking at the current counts as of 6 hours ago, and it does remain at 15.
Okay. Going on down through the next section, next item actually on there is the tax credit. Is that the donations we get from the community taking the tax credit? Is that?
Yes.
Okay.
No, it looks like it's a reasonably conservative. It's a conservative estimate.
Actual this year was over, in fact, it was almost 23,000.
Yeah. I think a somewhat conservative approach makes a ton of sense, given a lot of the uncertainty and economic issues going on. Mm-hmm. So I recognize this is an estimate, but a conservative one feels appropriate. It's in essence, it's a third less than we received during the last fiscal year. Ballpark.
Even given the efforts we may take to ramp up participation?
Yeah, it'd be nice. I just don't want to bank on it.
Okay. The consumable materials fees. Going conservatively on our estimates as we did with the tax credit, I wonder if we should have the $20,000 in there.
Because even that's a little more than we received this past year, a tiny bit.
And if we're going to follow that same conservative vein throughout, I just wonder if this one should be where it's at, given where we're going.
Mm-hmm. That's actually one where I thought maybe we might want to increase our expectation a little bit, because last year we didn't even try to start collecting it until several months into the school year, when the ship had already kind of sailed, and I think we were approaching the holidays, and it was going to be very difficult to start collecting at that point. But if we start setting the expectation earlier that like this is what we need and why we need it and why it's so important, I don't know that it's unrealistic to say that we can at least keep it flat with last year.
Today, this year, we have 20,851 collected.
Yeah, I really don't know what to expect this coming year, and certainly we will collectively be more focused on it, on getting the communications out there, and being proactive, tying the fee to the purpose of the school and how important it is for us to be able to do the things we need to do and to have the special curriculum we do. even if I just don't know. I don't know how many families are going to be in a position to give or give fully. It's just a little uncertain. I like to believe that we'll do better than last year, but I just don't know.
Okay.
Moving on to the next one. I don't know. Are we going to have any field trip income? Do we think we're going to be doing field trips?
That remains to be seen. Current guidance is recommending otherwise.
Yeah.
And just so that you know, the field trip income up above is also as an expense at the bottom. So to the budget, it's a net zero.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a pass through.
Yeah, that would be restricted funds for when they spent it anyway.
Okay. That was going to be my question. So, all right, good. Then it seems fine to leave it there as 15. I see it. Yeah, I see it further down the expense line item.
Okay. Fundraisers in at 15,000 is okay. That's just the bottom. Okay, pardon me. State equalization is going to be the next item here. When we got this number, and I believe you had mentioned this last time, whether it was Priscilla or Christy that mentioned this, did we use the amount that we had last year and just brought it forward to this year? Or do we?
No, these are based on the state's calculations from the current forms.
And just to add further complication to it, with the executive order that Governor Ducey just signed today and the guidance that has followed, the equalization payments and the way in which they are calculated will be different from how we've expected and how it's been in the past. We're going to have to digest that information, and we'll work with Aspire to figure out what that's going to look like. But as of right now, what you're looking at is what we're showing, and it's based on enrollment under the, I guess you would say, prior years way in which equalization was paid. Fair statement, Priscilla?
Yes.
And Matt, I know you had mentioned earlier that the governor came out today, and if that's the same thing that I had read, did they say that they would hold the equalization payments at 98% at a minimum of last year's, what was a 40-day count, I believe?
John, I didn't see the specifics of it. I know I just saw a summary, a couple paragraph summary. I haven't had a chance to dive into the details because it was this afternoon, 2 p.m., 3 p.m., something like that.
It was this afternoon. Yeah.
The
exact time I don't know.
4 p.m. says April. All right. Yeah.
Okay.
He only does announcements on late in the afternoon on days where we have board meetings.
There you go. Okay. He must have our schedule then.
Exactly. He does it just for us.
he does. And just before the meeting.
Yeah.
So are we all good with that estimate of that? Because part of the other thing that I had read is they were even, if there's to where there is distance learning involved in the school year, that they would be able to take attendance from that, and it wouldn't hurt us as far as attendance wise, getting our normal amount.
Okay. Well,
so we're good to go with we're good to go with where that amount is then.
I think so. It's the best information we have right now. It sounds like we may, in the next 2 weeks, before we get back together on July 8th, we may be able to sharpen that figure a little bit.
Okay. The Prop 123.
Excuse me for interrupting. I need to update those two numbers for you, the Prop 123 and instructional improvement. Prop 123 will be 22,500, and that's based off of the forms. I was double checking everything when we started this. I'm sharpening my pencil. So Prop 123 should be 22,500. And I had an inflated figure for instructional improvement. After looking at it today, instructional improvement should be 10,340. And that's our unweighted student count times $40 per student. So if our count goes up, that amount will go up as well.
Okay.
When our student count goes up, that amount will go up.
Exactly. Exactly. Priscilla, I know when we had talked earlier this week, you had mentioned about having a spreadsheet pulled up that you'd be able to make changes real time so we could kind of keep a running tally on where our bottom line was for the budget. Is that possible?
Well, it's all in this spreadsheet here. It's just transferred over to the state forms. So yes, I was working on the state forms this afternoon.
Okay. And then we go down to the Proposition 301 money. And I don't really think there's too much we can do with that. That's going to be paid out depending on what the numbers are. So that's going to really be a net gain or a net loss, whichever way that goes.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by gain or loss, John, but this is money provided by the state, right? Is that what you mean?
Exactly. So the money provided by the state is what we pay out. Right. So if the money provided by the state is less, then everybody shares less. If it's more, everybody shares more.
Yep.
But it won't change the bottom numbers.
No, that is based off of your weighted student count. So if your weighted student count changes or your student count changes going up or down, that amount can go up and down directly.
And that would be reflected then when it's paid out as well.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And here's the grant that we had spoken about. The $50,000 grant that federal government is giving. Do we know when that'll come in by any chance?
We have to apply for it and submit a budget as far as what we're using the funds for. Christy, have you done that yet?
No, it has not been submitted. And in the last communication I had with ADE, it is paid out on a rolling request. So as people, as schools apply for it, the minimum is $50,000. Yeah, and it looks like there's going to be additional monies that'll be put into that bucket based on the news that came out just a couple of hours ago.
So that number could actually increase then.
I suppose. Is there a deadline for the application? No. Okay.
No,
right.
It's an open application.
All right. All right. Keep us rolling here, John.
Okay. For the next item, IDEA, is that allocation set? Is that an item that we know where that one's going to be at, or?
Yeah, that's our budgeted item from the state. So that also comes from the state amount, and there's no changing that amount. mid-year last year, they did a reallocation and added funds, but this is what our allocation is as of right now.
Okay. So that puts our gross profit at $2,861,505.51. Are there any discussion about any items that we need to take up or down on that portion of it?
I might call it income rather than profit, but I know what you mean.
Well, I'm sorry. I read what was on there. Yeah, the income. Sure. Okay. I think through the next section, it's in some items that we really can't get into talking a lot about right now, Matt.
Yeah, salaries and benefits.
Benefits,
yeah.
Other items.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll just move on right past that. Going down into purchase services for then we have supplies under that for the animal care. 2,500 is what we have budgeted for that. Any discussion on that?
Just a gigantic thank you to the community. I suspect that the expense incurred in caring for the animals is actually considerably more than that. And I know there are some incredibly generous families out there that really do help in significant ways around animal care. So without that help from those families, this number would be considerably larger. So thank you. If you're listening,
yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Then general supplies, 50,000 is the general supplies in this line. Is that all instructional supplies that we need? Is that where
yes,
this was? Is. Okay. And curriculum at 17.5. Is that for new textbooks that we're getting, or is that books they use throughout the year, Christy? Or
so what you're looking at are samples, for instance, to the right. It says curriculum login books. That's what. Those are the types of expenses that make up that line item. And so last year we spent 14.4. We've budgeted 17.5, but do not anticipate spending anywhere near that on new textbooks for multiple classes. John Tanner, if I'm speaking incorrectly, at least with respect to the grades, please let me know. I know there are some supplies that we do need to buy for, like it's listed there, just, various supplies, art, general paper, cardstock, things of that nature, but we're not anticipating, and have checked with all of the realms to see if there were any large purchases anticipated this year, and there are none. But we don't know what, and I haven't drilled down on what came out this afternoon. I don't know what will or will not be covered in terms of having to provide a robust remote learning program. And frankly, Priscilla, I don't know if that would even fall under this line item or an additional line item that we'd have to create based on additional funding we may receive from the state. So that's the best answer I can give at this point.
Thank you. And so going down through the next section, support services. Any questions from the board on this section and the amounts that are in there?
Sorry, John, where are you looking?
It's under 2,000
I see.
support
Okay.
services.
Yeah, there's a number of those line items are salaries and benefits, so we should probably steer clear of those particular ones, but
Correct.
there are a couple, I see, purchased services and supplies. Yeah.
Okay. If there are no questions, we'll continue to move on. Instructional services, professional development. Do we have these, Christy, planned out for the year already to arrive at that number, or?
I'm just getting to where you're looking at. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, it's just still down at the bottom of that first
Yeah,
page.
we do. Well, nothing's set in stone, but yes, we do have some ideas and plans for that. And that's, yeah, that's in the works, and we do have plans for that.
Okay.
I see we spent very little on this past year. I'm sure there's a variety of reasons for that. And this is somewhere too where I think parent council leans in a little bit, which is tremendously helpful. So I don't know, is 30,000 the right number there? Are there parts of is this development? Is it training? Training related to COVID and new procedures? What exactly falls under here?
It's
I'm
not
sorry, can I interrupt just 1 second? Based on the way the chart of accounts is, the professional development, the funds are paid out of the prop money. So if you look further down, as far as looking at the actual, it's on line 181 in your spreadsheet, but there's almost $13,000 paid in professional development. It's earmarked and paid for through Prop 301. And so on that line item in this budget, the expense is further below. So we've used 13,000 this year in addition to what was up above. We just, it's in classifying where the money is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Used Prop 301 money up so that it doesn't roll over and build, and it's more restricted. So we use the training money, Prop 301 for training, and then that frees up the M&O money. So when you're looking at the budget amount up above as 30,000, so far we've spent 13 plus, let me get back to that, 13,000. So
I don't want you to think we haven't
spent any this year.
Okay.
And that, as to your other question, Matt, what that entails, it entails summer training. So whether it be continuing Waldorf training our teachers as they move forward in their programs. Our ELA, we used that last year for our ELA, our Spalding and teaching our teachers and our some instructional assistants in delivering that level of instruction for ELA. Those are the types of things that are incorporated in that number.
So is 30 a realistic figure? And again, I'm not suggesting we don't invest in our faculty and staff. Of course we should, and that's an important thing. But I don't want to have a number on here that's twice as much than we spent last year unless we envision spending twice as much this coming year.
From our perspective, we upped that number because we plan on spending that and prioritizing and focusing on getting our teachers as much as we can cover for things like becoming highly qualified, which would render them able to obtain 301 under the plan, Waldorf training, working towards your bachelor's. If you'll go back to the 301 plan that was ratified, the goal was to help as many as we could work towards those eligibility requirements.
Do we have a plan in place, Christy, that, every year teachers are eligible for tuition reimbursement on a class they take? Is that how that works? Is they're working towards their highly qualified status?
No, so from what I can tell, and I researched that and how it's been treated in the past, and typically the contracts provide that teachers are eligible for that is not all faculty, but teachers are eligible for $750 of professional development. I don't know, I can't tell you how that number was set or why or what it was supposed to incorporate, but that's how it has been in years past. The teacher contract template is going to change. And so our thought was, instead of just continuing on with what seems to be an arbitrary amount, we wanted to put it in a pot and then be able to prioritize and say, okay, this is what we are working towards. This is what we value. This is the money we have to spend on that. So that it's not just everybody gets $750. There's some teachers who don't need all of that. So we worked with that and discussed that at length, the LDC and I, and thought it would be better to just put money all in one pot, and then we would evaluate from a professional development perspective who needs what and how much we can allocate, instead of this arbitrary $750 number.
Okay. Let's move down on to the top of page 2. Section 4, school administration. Any questions in that section? Of course, avoiding any of the ones we can't really talk about in this setting. Okay. The dues and fees, is this the Charter School Association?
It's the programming for Schoolmaster 2 to keep track the software license for Schoolmaster as well. And that programming fee went up 4% this year.
Okay. No other questions from the board. We'll move on down to the section business and support services.
So I had a question there. Under legal services, I saw that we're tripling the amount we're setting aside for legal. Is there a specific need for that we're anticipating, or are we just being conservative?
Our budget last year was $25,000, and we moved it down to $15,000. I'm not sure if Christy's expecting any more. Christy, you can add to that.
I'm unclear as to what line item we're looking at. Can you tell me?
It's line 110.
110. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, legal services.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're not. we're not anticipating anything. You know, we could reduce it, but we should still have some form of a budget for it. In the most recent past, it's been, you know, I think it was 2018, 2019, it was, you know, pretty substantial. And over the past year and a half, we've pretty much taken it from, you know, high 5-6 figures to under $10,000. As you can see, actual
I believe that
4,100.
1 year was sort of an outlier for circumstances.
Yes, my point is that it's continued to reduce quite substantially, and that's reflected by the actuals, only 4,100. So I defer to obviously all of you, but I don't have anything pending that and the board would be made aware of that. That would need to use that money, but
I just wonder if that's an easy way we get 10K, say, or 5K, you know, take it down to a little bit over what we actually spent over the last year. And
it's different than the line item above it, which is Aspire, which is a contract. And so you know what those fees are going to be month to month. This is an as needed service. So there's going to be flexibility there. We can't predict exactly what it's going to be. Could we have it be 5,000? It may be so that may be an item, depending on what our bottom line number is. This may be an item where we come back and find $5,000 or 10.
Would you like me to reduce it to 5,000?
I don't see why not. We are over currently, right? We're a little over budget. Yeah. And, you know, the reality is, of course, if we need to spend it, we will, and we'll readjust the budget accordingly. But for planning purposes for right now, which is what we're doing, this is a planning exercise, we can plan for a little bit less there.
I just did have one more question in this section for the copier lease. I see last year we budgeted 12,000 and change, and I know we spent a lot more than that. Have we looked into other options or possible other leases on copiers?
we have not. We're under a contract. And so this is based off the contract amount. I cannot tell you off the top of my head what the term of the contract is, but I can certainly get that information to you.
Okay.
And Priscilla, I don't know if it's broken out, but the copier lease, we have 3 copiers, and then with the contracts that we have support services that are in addition to the actual lease amounts for the copiers. So we have this group, which is Canon and Fruth. Oh, it says Fruth Group and Canon. So it is combined, isn't it, Priscilla?
Yes,
okay.
It is.
So that's not just the copier lease, John. That's also including support and IT services for not only the copiers, but part of our internet.
Yeah, and there's a line a few lines down too, because the internet is listed under communications, and Fruth Group and Canon, they do support for the internet as well. So there's copiers in the internet and IT support for them, and we do receive some federal funding from that. I need to find out the exact dollar amount on the federal funding with the new contract.
Yeah, last year's contract and the grants that we received was $65,000. I believe our grant this year was less, but I don't want to, I don't want to take a guess, but I do know it was less than last year.
Yeah. I know I looked at one and one of them was 28, but I think there's a second contract that I need.
There is, we got a grant to go toward our internet as well as our telephone service, this service, not the equipment. And prior to reaching out to Fruth Group to get a quote for the phone systems, I did try to see if the phone systems would qualify under the E-rate money, and unfortunately they do not.
Okay. Okay. And the insurance under there, we didn't have any expenditures before. Is that a new line item? For the insurance right under that second Fruth Group internet, the 14,586.
Oh, so 6540 insurance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So that's our liability, our auto, our umbrella.
This is another one. Let me find, this is another one that's split out because part of it is liability insurance and part of it is property insurance. So the budget item is all on one. I need to find the line item, sorry. But yeah, it's because it's broken out in two different sections on the financial.
So that's why it's not giving you an actual number.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
It's just
and that's really where my question was, is I saw that we didn't have it and I was just, so it's just broken out from something else somewhere. Okay.
There it is. It's on line 133. But last year it was budgeted differently, so I stayed in line with the budget but adjusted it.
Okay.
All right, so what was the, sorry, to go back just a moment for the Fruth internet copier, et cetera, what was the takeaway there? All right, it's separated into two different line items, service and maintenance. So what are we doing there?
The based on the way the reporting is done to the state, you have to report the internet under communications and copiers. So the E-grant money covers both those items. So the internet, you have a maintenance policy, but that falls under the copiers because it's with the copiers. It's a blended bill when it comes in. It takes care of the copiers and the internet maintenance. So that's why you have internet and Fruth Group on two different lines, because it's a whole package deal that we were able to negotiate. Christy negotiated. There is grant money that needs to be added. Like I said, 25,000 is part of it, and I need the second half. I need the contract to find out the second half. Because there's part of it that's covered under the grant, and then there's some that the school has to pay in addition to.
Yeah. Okay.
Are those grants sort of a gimme? That do we include those on the budget anywhere? That income that covers some of those expenses?
You know, that's what I was just looking at. I don't think I added that income because I was waiting for the second piece. I have a line for it, line 52. I need to add in those dollars. I know one is 28,000, and I'm not sure about the second one.
Okay.
And John, to answer your question, no, it's not a gimme. It's something that we have to actively apply for every year.
Okay.
It was something that I found last year to address the technology infrastructure to improve the wireless internet across the school. And then it came with some additional benefits like changing over our phone service, the service, again, not the equipment. A portion of our phone bills for the service falls under the grant, and the other part we are responsible for, and it is a percentage.
Mm-hmm.
And it does change every year depending on the amount of money the federal government decides to fund that pot.
Okay. So then when we look at the final budget next week, will there be some of that put in there on the revenue side? We'll be covering those, or we can't really count any of that? Those grants that you were
Add
talking
the 28 that I know tonight, or 25. I think it's 25. I'll have to look in my email. But Christy, do you have a second contract?
I'm looking right now.
Because I know we have to renew about this time. So it's during all the renewal process. The renewal time is right now.
And I do have that information.
Okay.
So E-Rate pays 90% of the funding for our internet. And so that, I'm not sure how you want me to reflect this, Priscilla. I can forward this email to you and you can maybe take a few minutes to look at it so we don't delay and we can move forward, and then we can circle back on that. I'm forwarding it to you right now.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. And any other questions before we go down into operations and maintenance of plant services? Okay, so down through under operation, maintenance, and plant services, any questions on the items there?
There's an item there for, in the note section on the document, it says fire alarm monitoring and storage rental. What do we have in storage, or is that a leftover item? I'm very curious about that.
No, the high school costumes are in a storage rental. We're paying a rental fee for storing the high school costumes.
It's actually not just the high school. It's all of the schools. Eurythmy items, costumes, shoes, other equipment that we have that belongs to the school, and it's being stored off-site.
Seems like we spent considerably more than $5,000 over the last 12 months on this line item.
That would not be for the storage. That would be for the fire alarm and monitoring. The storage is $150 a month.
So why then is the fire alarm monitoring so much less?
So much less? Oh, what we're budgeting for?
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
Because we're expecting that we are now controlling the way in which people access campus and the alarm system so that it's not triggered. False alarms cost us every single time, and that added up. And just to note that even though it's listed fire alarm monitoring storage rental, those are just two examples of expenses that fall under this total line item of miscellaneous purchase services. If you needed a more, detailed itemization, we could tell you everything that falls under that miscellaneous category. These are just two examples.
Okay. The repairs and maintenance, I guess that doesn't really seem out of line with where we've been.
Christy, did you get the new contract back for the cleaning? Is 30,000 still adequate based on the bids that you're still getting?
Actually, I was able to successfully negotiate down today. So let me do the math. I'm trying to find where I put that proposal. But yeah, we budgeted 40,000. It's going to come in under as to the monthly cost. But I do want to make everyone aware that depending on what school looks like when we reopen, the amount of supplies that may need to be ordered on a more frequent basis may increase. So for instance, paper towels for the hand washing and toilet paper and hand soap and those things. So the contract itself is going to be $3,000 a month. And there will be some flexibility on that. We'll have start and stops in terms of, for instance, if we have to go into a forced closure, there's no reason to have daily service to the extent that we have budgeted and planned to address COVID concerns. Any school breaks, if we are actively in session, we wouldn't require that as well. So it will fluctuate throughout the year.
And is this the line item 6430 custodial services? So we can maybe reduce that a little bit from what it currently shows, at least on my sheet, is 42,000. So maybe that should be a little less.
So the service that's going to take place is $29.95 per month. The other bids I received were $3,500 and above for the same scope of work. So yes, I suppose for the services it could be reduced
A little bit, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I hear you on the supplies. We may need to be ordering supplies more. I'm guessing that's a separate line item in here somewhere.
It is.
Okay. Did we already? No. All right. That's just below. Okay. Never mind. We'll get there in a second.
Yep. And that's, and in fact, since it's still in this section, anywhere down through these line items, Matt, feel free to ask questions, because we're down to the cleaning supplies where we've budgeted the 15,000, which, given the circumstances, we know that's going to be a higher number than what we've seen in the past.
Well, and if I could also note that the cleaning supplies, the actual amount reflected there, it is so low because we've been closed. So we haven't had to refill.
Right.
So we're looking at 15 is there now. Is that the right number? Is that a fair estimate?
From an operational perspective, yes. And the contract with the cleaning company, they this particular one gets further discounted supplies through the same vendors because they're a larger fish in the sea, if you will. So we'll have some associated cost savings there.
It sounds like a good find then. Nice.
And, I think that was another thing the governor mentioned in that release today, was that there would be some things being done with those type of supplies schools may need for next year, and costs. So something else we can look into.
Every little bit helps. Yeah.
Exactly. Any other questions on that section?
So Christy, how much do you And for supplies, cleaning supplies?
I'm sorry, Priscilla. What?
How much do you have in for cleaning supplies? 15,000?
That's what the line item showing, line 141.
Okay.
And then Priscilla, or I guess a question for everyone, should we reduce the custodial services line item to 36,000? Sounds like is the annual cost on that?
I changed it to 35,000 on my document here.
Okay. I thought the monthly rate was $29.90 or something like that.
$29.95.
Probably should be 36,000 then, just
Yeah,
to.
you're right. 36.
Fine. Yeah, I think we do anticipate there may be a week here and there where we may not need them as much, and maybe there'd be a reduced rate during that time. But for budgeting purposes, yeah, 36 feels right.
Down in the next section, it seems like there's just one item, purchase services under food service.
That's the food service permit. We don't really have a lunch program, so
Is that something that's over and above what we've had in the past? I see last year was 130.
Sorry, Priscilla, you cut out just for a moment there.
that is a permit to keep. We don't have a lunch program. That's a permit to keep to do food on campus because they prepare food in the grades, and it is supposed to be a. We did not renew it until later. So the actuals that you have here go through April because that's when we started. So the payment for that permit took place in May or June because we did pay it late. So it does need to be budgeted at $1,000.
Okay.
Got it. Okay.
Then we're down into the special education portion.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions on these line items?
I think it's just sort of a general.
Yeah,
no, go ahead, Gregory.
It looks like most of this is the executive session type stuff, with the exception of maybe supplies, which I don't have any questions about. And then the other one would be the special education services, the purchase services, which I think are all vendors that we have 1099 people like speech therapists and that sort of thing who come and provide services. I know that we've been out, but for a couple months, but my understanding was that a lot of those services were still being provided. Anyway, so what happened? Like, why is that going up by 40-some thousand versus our actual spend last year?
Well, April, because when we started the budgeting process, we're through April. And when I started running my reports and creating these reports, it was through April. April was what was completed. So let me run a profit and loss through June and let you know what the actual dollars are. I know at one point we had already looked at that, and that's where we came up with those dollars, because when we added May and June in.
That would explain it.
Yeah, we were required to provide continuing services, so there will be expenses associated for May and June.
Okay. If not any other questions, then we'll move on down to the third page. That's pretty sparse. Are there any questions on that?
Should there be an expense item along the, where is it? I just lost it. Payroll clearing line item? Oh, did we lose?
It looks like we lost. Yeah, it looks like we lost. Oh, she said she's having troubles with the internet. She's gonna reconnect. What was your question, Matt?
It is, I don't have the line item numbers. I'm guessing it's 185 or 186 is for payroll clearing. And there's no expense aligned to it in this coming year's budget. I'm wondering.
I don't know. Yeah, Priscilla will have to be able to answer that because I cannot. I do know that those fees are associated with our payroll processing system,
right.
Direct deposit, those sorts of associated
That's what I figured.
Fees.
Yeah, and maybe it's captured in another line item. Okay, well, we can ask when Priscilla rejoins. All right, and there's a lot on this page is salary and benefits.
Yes.
All right, here comes Priscilla. All right, you're back.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries.
Hey,
no worries.
Problem.
I ran around the house real quick to make sure none of the kids were on the internet.
Priscilla, we had maybe one more detailed question, and then I suspect we're going to go into some broader questions. But the specific one was, I was just saying, I don't have the specific line item. I'm guessing it's 185 or 186. It's for payroll clearing.
Yes. So 184 and 185 are accounting issues that we need to research and figure out what's in suspense. I know what those are. That is fraud on the account through Amazon and through, I don't know, another bank previous. I want to say some of it is October and some of it was in February. And it's sitting in suspense because I have to make an accounting entry and I need to get with the auditor as to what he wants to do with that. And the payroll clearing is 2 checks that were written that I need to research to find out if they ran through payroll. They were manual checks that were handwritten, and I just need to make sure that they ran through the payroll and earnings were reported through payroll.
Okay. All right. So these are not normal expenses we would expect to have in an ongoing year, so that's why they're zeroed out here.
Just a holding account for us so that we know we have issues we need to deal with.
Got it. Okay.
And that's going to bring us down to the end of this report, Matt.
Yeah, and so far, Priscilla, do we have a running total? We've only added and subtracted a tiny bit here and there. We were off by about $74,000 as of last week. Do we have a running total now?
I have a minus 32,000, and that's mainly because I added in the federal grant money of 28,000 for that E-rate, and then took off the 10,000 for attorneys and a few other adjustments. But right now, I'm showing a negative 32.
Okay, meaning we're still 32 over budget. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. You're cutting it in and out a little bit. If it's helpful, you may, I've found at times it helps to turn off the video. I hate to say it, but it eats up less bandwidth and then we can at least hear you. So I hate to put it that way, but it may be helpful.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So are there any other questions about the specific line items that are here? I have a couple of broad questions about the budget, but any questions about the line items?
I just wanted to add that the leadership met this week and talked about the budget for the supplies in particular. And although we were Priscilla and I were basing the FY21 off of actual spent to be in line with that, we don't think we're going to spend close to $50,000. So I don't know if we need to reallocate that to another category or just reduce it in general.
Okay. And where is that on the sheet here?
It's line 67, 6110.
$6110 or $6610? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, 6610.
Okay. Well, you guys are the experts here. You know the supplies you need, and I assume what they would cost. And these are the supplies, obviously, to run the curriculum, the unique curriculum that we do. I mean, if you don't think you need 50, then all right. What do you think? What's a reasonable figure here?
I'm just looking back through my notes. I don't know, John, if you had that number at the top of your head. Mr. Tanner, that is.
Yeah. So would you give me the line item? You're telling me it's 6610. Did I mishear that?
No, that's the code. The actual line item of the line of the spreadsheet is 67.
67.
I can continue to look for that number if you want to move forward, and then
Okay.
we can make that adjustment.
Yeah, that's fine. I'd say our objective is just to be as accurate as we can. So if we think that's number is going to be a little smaller, it would be good to know it. And Priscilla, so this is, we talked about this a little bit last time, and I want to make sure that we all understand the distinction between what this fiscal year P&L represents versus the school's balance sheet, capital expenditures, and things of that sort. Because what's not in here is those sorts of capital expenditures. Money we may need to spend on air conditioning systems or similar items are not reflected here because they're not sort of regular ongoing payments. They're one-time payments, perhaps. So can you walk us through that distinction a little bit, the P&L versus what I think we called them cash flow items last time?
Sure. The I'm trying to let me look real quick because I need to find out before I misspeak. Your threshold for your fixed assets, I believe, is 5,000. But let me just double check real quick. No, I apologize. It's 3,000. So any item that's purchased that is over 3,000 attached to the building, or furniture and fixtures are attached to the building that is not a repair, can be put into the fixed asset schedule and depreciated over 3, 5, 7 years, depending upon what it is. So, for instance, like an air conditioning unit, if you have to repair an air conditioning unit and it costs $6,000, that's still something that you have to pay for this year, and it would go on the balance sheet under repairs and maintenance because it is not an addition to the school, it's a repair. However, if you're buying a new conditioner for a new classroom, an air conditioner for a new classroom, that could be $5,000. And if it's $5,000, then it would not go into the numbers that we're looking at because you put it on fixed assets and you write it off over the course of 5 years. So in the budget that you're looking at, if you scroll all the way down to the bottom and you look at line 204, there's a line item depreciation expense. And right now we're budgeting $160,000. And that is the expense of taking all of those items from previous years and using them up per se, year by year. So that's where you see that hit. That's the area where you see those items hit the budget.
Okay, so it's showing up as an accounting expense there. But what about the actual, in that example, the actual $5,000 to buy a new air conditioner?
That would show up in cash flow. And so you would outlay the cash at that point.
That cash flow is not represented here, other than via this expense item.
Correct.
Okay.
Priscilla, is there a way to allocate a capital expenditure account, perhaps unrelated to the budget, but obviously it's impacted by the cash flows of the budget?
On the state budget, there is an area where you list it on what your expected capital outlay is. And for last year, it was $25,000. And in looking at the fixed asset schedule for the year, from what I'm looking at, we did not use $25,000. We did not buy.
She cut out, but I think she was going to say we did not actually purchase $25,000 worth of capital outlays.
No, we did not.
And I'm assuming that if in our attempt to balance the budget, we wanted to designate certain funds into that account, we'd have to take from other areas, right?
Correct.
So is there any of that contemplated at this stage in the current budget?
No, you mean like if we were wanting to buy additional items? No. All of the income that is expected to be received is listed here, with the exception of the PPP money when it's forgiven.
Okay. Matt, I just wanted to throw out that we should contemplate figuring out a way to allocate some funds into that bucket so that we potentially have access to it. Knowing the list of expenditures, repairs, I know it falls outside of repairs, but the concept of doing something widespread on campus. I'm thinking about locks, for an example. That's not just an expenditure. I would think that's more of a capital improvement. So I don't know if 25 is enough, but it's a start. At least it matches last budget, and then we just try to maneuver a little bit.
And is it possible that that example, Nathaniel, that you just used, the locks, could it be somewhat of a hybrid? Could it be a capital improvement and also an expense that's necessary for just general operations?
Yeah, I think regardless of, how technically we account for it, the key is how do we reasonably expect free and available cash flow to cover the cost, upfront. So, but yeah, I think you're right, especially in that example.
So absent the PPP loan forgiveness, there's no cash on hand, so to speak, to use for capital improvements currently reflected in this budget. Is that right?
Oh, Priscilla left, but that is correct. What I don't know the answer to is whether the current budget includes a line item for anticipated repairs, different from capital improvements. And I think that the answer is no, but I need Priscilla to verify that, and we just lost her again.
Yeah, okay.
Well, and real quick, we're saying based on forgiveness of PPP, that isn't depositing new free and available cash flow. That will just be forgiving previously spent cash.
I think today it's showing up as a loan, and tomorrow it shows up as income.
So we'll be taxed on it. No,
we don't pay tax. Profits don't pay tax.
You know what industry I come from.
Gregory, did you have a question also?
Just wondering how much flexibility we have on the depreciation expense line item. I'm just not familiar with how that number is come up with, how long we plan to keep it there, and this is not my area of expertise, but it sounded kind of like every time we have a big expense, we're adding it to this depreciation expense line item. So it would keep going up over time until things start to drop off out of it, which, and if that's the case, then it seems like it will create more and more of a problem as we try and balance our budget, because we're going to have this enormous depreciation expense that doesn't actually reflect things that we're necessarily spending money on in the next fiscal year. It's things that we've already spent money on. And maybe this is just my ignorance on accounting principles, but
it's a non-cash line item. So it's not necessarily reflective of money flowing, right? You make the expense, and that's just a way you account for the deduction over a period of time. So it doesn't just grow into perpetuity. It throttles off as you run out of depreciation on the items that you purchased.
Yeah, usually the depreciation, it decreases over time, and it's more an issue in for-profit organizations who use depreciation to reduce their taxable income. It's just a little different here, and that's, hopefully we'll get Priscilla back in a minute, but I think these are good questions of, is there room to shrink that number, or how is it calculated? It's a pretty round figure, so it feels like it's an estimate of some sort, but I I know I backed into it somehow recently, and I don't know where I put that math, so I've since forgotten how I backed into it.
On the subject of trying to find potentially 25 grand in the budget to allocate to CapEx, do we want to see what shakes out in the other discussion items that are for executive session potentially, and then figure out if there's a way to come up with something? I would hate to go into a year of budget sitting on our hands where there's no allocation for improvements that are outside of operations. The facility does need a lot of things. So.
Well, this is where you come in, sir, because it will hinge to a great extent on our ability to fundraise. So we've got conservative estimates in here for fundraising, and if we can, with conservative revenue expectations, meet expenses, then to the extent that our fundraising efforts are successful, that gives us surplus to spend on things like capital expenditures. And I think you've said, and I agree, if we have a particular expenditure that the money would be used for, it tends to be more successful in driving fundraising, like air conditioning or the wood shop or things like that. All right, I fear Priscilla may not be able to rejoin.
I've been communicating with her. She's restarting her computer. And then I think second resort is that maybe she can call in using the phone link and then go through that way. So
okay.
Technical difficulties.
Indeed, we all get them. So while we're on the topic then of fundraising, Nathaniel, I'm not going to put you on the spot to say, hey, when are you going to have a plan? But I'd say the ask for you is to put together or coordinate with others to put together a plan that outlines key dates, milestones, things of that sort, whether it's materials fees or the tax credit, or a particular capital expenditure to drive some of the fundraising. Start thinking about, if you would, a plan, and then maybe, when you think you might be able to put a plan in front of the board to review.
Okay. I can put that together.
That'd be awesome. And I suspect there'd be folks out there willing to help, whether it's members of the community or members of the board, or otherwise.
So Matt, while we're waiting for Priscilla to jump back on, I just wanted to talk about that because Nathaniel and I had talked about some different fundraising ideas, and looking into grants. And I know I spoke to you before about, there was a list of grants that I received from a parent that I looked into. And I have done some of that research. There's a spreadsheet that Nathaniel is on. I don't know if you've looked at it or not. But a lot of the things that you're talking about of having a specific, a target item, a lot of these grants, it's the same thing where you have to propose a plan and you have to have, quotes of what program, what it's going to cost or what item or, what have you. But there are some notes in there already. So Nathaniel, if you wanted to take a look at that, just so we can kind of be on the same page. And just so that you're aware of what has already been researched. So if you, have something in mind, if you want to look at that first and go, oh, hey, there's a grant that, this idea would fall under this grant. We could talk about that and move from there. But anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there because that has been on my radar and has been going. And there's a parent who's been doing some research with me as well.
April, at some stage, pretty early on, I would like to interface with parent council, especially as we get into the facility needs I think it's going to be pretty easy to target some of these specific projects that if we can all just, group think around and figure it out, either materials can be donated or cash, or could be, we can accept donation in many different ways, I think, too. So it's not just always a cash fundraise, but I'd love to involve parent council in that if possible.
Yeah.
Are there other, so we want to, when Priscilla is able to rejoin, we want to talk about depreciation expense. Are there any other topics for public consumption that relate to the budget, the proposed budget? Okay. All right, well, let's switch gears and hopefully be a little bit productive with the time here. So we're getting close to where the only topics we have left are things for executive session. Why don't let's move away from the budget for a moment, and we can circle back to it in a minute when Priscilla rejoins. But let's talk about the payroll issue just generally to set the context for the executive session I believe we will need. Because unfortunately, an issue with the payroll has been discovered, and the board will need to discuss how to proceed. Because it does pertain to payroll, much of it is confidential and sensitive. But let's have a brief and general overview and background as context, and then we can pause there and wait for going into executive session. And Christy, I thought it might be most beneficial for you to provide that general background, just as context.
Sure. So as you stated that an internal audit of payroll was recently conducted, which identified some discrepancies that impacted a few employees, both in the form of overpay and underpay. The majority would be overpay. As you noted, I'm unable to provide the details of who was impacted in this forum, but we have isolated the source of the error and have taken steps to ensure that it will not reoccur. Those impacted have been notified and received their specific information. Currently, what we are working on in quick fashion is to alleviate the short term of those impacted, which again is unique to each employee. So I can't expand on those strategies in this setting, but that is the gist of the issue. It led also to another global matter that has been ongoing, I guess a corresponding issue, if you will. We had been, while we were working through the audit and the discrepancies, we wanted to ensure that in moving forward, the steps that we were going to take were in line with what the auditor would expect to see. And if we had not discovered the issue now, and the auditor had discovered it later during our annual audit, it would have created a negative finding that would have impacted state funding for the following academic year. And so in anticipating that, to avoid that from happening, Aspire and I have been working with our auditor to ensure that proper notification was given, and the steps that we're taking to alleviate that short-term impact are appropriate and will ensure that we don't get any sort of negative finding on the audit, which is it's just now underway. So if it was discovered after the fact, that's where the bigger issue financially would have occurred, beyond that immediate impact to those employees. In addition, one of the things that came to light in terms of fixing this was identified in the audit last year. That was just finalized, I think, in October, November of 1920. And one of the things the auditor noted but did not cite us for is that in the past, the teacher contracts did not coincide in terms of the terms of payment. Okay, so although the scope of work and the term of work would run from August to the end of June, their payments, their paychecks essentially are paid from August to August of every year. So essentially what has been happening is that the school is starting every new academic year finishing payment on a prior contract while beginning payment on a current contract. And although not a negative finding, it's just certainly not best practice because it directly impacts the cash flow for the new academic year. So we're in line with what we're doing to resolve the issues identified in the internal payroll audit. We are moving toward making the teacher contracts in line with the fiscal year to better manage cash flow at the beginning and end of the academic year. And beyond that, that's the general 30,000 foot summary. And beyond that, that's it. I cannot share additional information in this open forum.
Yep. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for that background, Christy. I'd say it goes without saying. It's unfortunate that this has occurred. I think some folks have been impacted. You know, anytime someone's paycheck is impacted in one way or another, it's understandably a cause for concern. And so, while I am certainly glad that we found it, it is unfortunate that it has played out in this way. And we'll talk about it in executive session. All right, Priscilla, it looks like you're back with us.
I apologize.
No worries. We've all been there. Priscilla, I think we had one or two questions for you to close out at least the public portion of the budget discussion. And it was on similar topics to what we were discussing a moment ago around depreciation expense and capital expenditures. Gregory, was it your question? I'll go ahead and I'll let you go ahead and ask it again.
Yeah, so I was just wondering, is there wiggle room on the depreciation expense that's listed here? Our actual during the last year was 125. This says 160. I just don't know how you came up with that number or what we can do to change it, if anything.
Yes, there looks like there's some wiggle room. I used the same budgeted number as last year because we did not have any additions this year so far. So I used the same amount. I fully expect this time around in the audit that Brett will ask us to do a physical of what we have on the fixed asset schedule. He did point it out in the last year that there were some things under that maybe were duplicates, like lawnmowers. And so an inventory will need to be taken. And then at that point, we'll probably have some adjustments that need to be made. Rather, they're made in fiscal year 2020 or fiscal year 21. There will probably be some adjustments made. So on this budget, though, I would say wiggle room of maybe 10,000 at the most. I don't expect any more from that. And then going forward, when we do that inventory, it'll be a profit and loss based on finaling out, or like selling the items. As we remove those items that we can't touch on the inventory, it'll be a profit and loss type of situation as well.
So we brought it down to the 150 to make it more in line with the what we were anticipating was going to be the 12-month spend based on our actual experience over the last year. Would that be fair?
Yes, I would say it would be fair.
I think we should go ahead and do that then, since we're trying to balance this thing, and that's it's just an estimate. And we know there's going to be a reckoning coming in the next year, but for purposes of this exercise.
Yes, I'm looking at last year's, at 150 is what our expenditure was the last year. So I'll move it to 150.
And Priscilla, am I right that at a couple of times during the fiscal year, we'll sit down and reforecast the budget based on actuals year to date?
You absolutely do have that option. The state allows you to do revisions. So you put the proposed out to everybody, and you accept the proposed, and then you adopt it under a board meeting. And then throughout the year, as many times as you need, you can revise the budget up until May.
So April, a favor to ask is, I'd say let's designate 4 months from now or so would be a reasonable time to do a reforecast. Although board members, if you feel differently, say so. That's typically what I've seen every quarter or so. Sometimes every 4 months is an opportunity to reforecast. All right with you if we sort of targeted October to reforecast?
Absolutely. Once we hit the 100th day and the 100th day numbers are out, we take a look anyways, because if you're budgeting on a student count, if your student count drops from where you budgeted, you have to revise. If it goes up, you have an option of revising, but if your student count goes down, you must revise. Okay. So the 100th day count, we'll look at it anyways.
So 100th day is not until January, February, late January, early February. I know we made a big deal of it this year. It was great. I seem to recall that it's well past October. So maybe we use that as a second to anchor.
Okay, so you want to do October?
I think so, especially given the world we're going to be in. Our
absolutely,
state funding is going to change. Who knows what else might change between now and then. Okay. All right. So it sounds like we've said reduce the depreciation expense to 150. That makes sense. I still think there's questions, Priscilla, about how we earmark a little bit of money for capital expenditures, and how do we include that in the budget itself? Or maybe it's just me
into
who's not getting it.
Because accounting, fixed assets are an asset on the books, so it doesn't go through the profit and loss. There's two parts to the financial statements. One is the balance sheet, which includes, your cash or accounts receivable, what you owe, and anything that you own, the fixed assets and the loans. So what you're looking at when you're budgeting is the profit and loss, the daily, the operating of the school. So the items that you buy on the state budget, there's a line item to say how much money you expect it to be. But on your profit and loss budget, it's not reflected there. You more so take it out of cash because you have to buy it, and then you put it on the fixed assets, and then you slowly add it to your profit and loss as you use it up. And that's what that depreciation line is. It's if you take something that has a life year of 7 years, say, you expense it out a little every year for 7 years until it is no longer useful.
Okay.
So theoretically, we could just say, $50,000 or $25,000 is placed in this box, and then as we need to draw on it, we'll account for it retroactively. But we all know operationally it's going to affect cash flows, and so
exactly.
Okay.
It's not reflected, those things, fixed assets, and therefore even, for instance, the mortgage is not reflected on our P&L.
The interest is, because the interest is an expense, but the mortgage principal payment portion is not, because on the balance sheet, it's a loan.
Okay. So that's an important distinction. And so what we upload to the state, to the ADE, is the P&L though, right? Not the balance sheet.
Correct.
Okay.
But there is a spot to list what you expect your capital outlay to be.
On the form that we submit to the state? Okay.
Correct, yes.
And we're saying for now, 25,000? I mean, that could change. It'll be whatever it is, but for now, we'll put 25,000.
Okay, I'll put 25,000. Now, since we're talking balance sheet and profit and loss, currently today, the PPP is on the balance sheet as a loan.
Right.
When that loan is forgiven, it will transfer over to profit and loss. So even though we're coming up with a balanced budget and our budget will be zero by the end of the evening, once that transfers over, it will reflect a positive number.
Yeah. Good. Okay.
Matt, I know this falls in the same category of where does the actual cash for capital expenditures come from, but is debt service included in our P&L?
The interest portion is.
Only interest. Okay.
Correct.
I know you just said that. Thanks for repeating it.
No worries.
Okay. And the main debt interest that we pay are the RSF Social Finance, the Crabtree loan, and the community loan to the 1515
Correct.
entity. Okay. And those are all three captured here, the interest on those.
Yes.
Okay. Great. All right, good. Other questions about the line items here, or questions about the public portion of our budget for next year?
Are we approximately 22 off at this stage? What is our discrepancy in the budget?
22. Yes, 22,697.
One 1%, right? Is that approximately 1% of the total contemplated?
A little less, right? A little less than 1%. Yeah, not bad. Okay. what I'm trying to do, gang, is address all of our ordinary business so that all we have left is executive session business. So I recognize when we come out of executive session, that's where we would act. That's where we would have our motions and voting, because we do not act. We discuss, but we do not act or vote in executive session. So is there anything else? Is there any other business of a public nature before we address going into executive session? All right. All right, hearing none then. So I will make the motion to go into executive session to discuss sensitive employee-specific payroll matters relevant to the 2020-2021 fiscal year budget, and also to discuss recently discovered employee-specific issues with payroll.
I'll second that.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, then all in favor? It's unanimous. Very good. All right, so let's go through the logistics here because it's complicated given the virtual state in which we are. You guys may remember we did this about a month ago and it worked. So I'm hopeful we just do the same thing. It will work again. I will keep this Zoom meeting open. I will turn off my camera and microphone, but I will keep this meeting open. And folks who are watching and attending can keep it open as well, should they choose to do so. I will send you all, the board members, plus Christy and Priscilla, a link for a separate Zoom meeting for us to have our private discussion of executive session. You all can then leave this meeting. Don't do it yet, but you can leave this meeting to go attend that other Zoom meeting that I will send you. And then when the time comes to return to public meeting, you'll go back to the original link from a couple of days ago that I sent you for this meeting. I will simply turn my camera and microphone back on. You can rejoin through that link, the same one you used a couple hours ago to join tonight. And then we'll take whatever action we need to do, and then we will adjourn. All right, so good on those logistics. I'm seeing nodding, that's good. Any questions about those logistics? No, all right, so don't go anywhere yet. Hang on for a minute while I set up the other Zoom meeting and email it to you. I want to make sure you get the email link to it. And we'll also probably take 5 minutes between the two so folks can have a break. But hang on for a minute while I set up that other Zoom meeting. Okay, sorry about that. It took a minute. You should receive an email from me with the link to the executive session. If you have received it, then just say so and you can log off, but Gregory, hold out to the end if you would. April has it. Okay, thank you, April. Nathaniel has it. All right, thank you, Nathaniel. Christy and John Tanner have it. Great, thank you. And Priscilla, have you received it also?
Yes, I have it. I'm logging off now.
Okay, all right, thank you. Gregory, you have it too?
Yep, all set.
Okay, all right, thank you. I'm going to turn off the mic and camera until we come back out of executive session. All right, everybody's back. You can hear me all right? Okay, because I forgot my headphones. They're somewhere. All right, we are back in session. And we have a couple of motions to address, and then we'll be finished for the evening. Gregory, I'll try and go slowly here so that you can type them. Are you ready? Okay, all right. So first is, I would move to address and resolve the employee-specific payroll issues and also solve other existing accounting difficulties by aligning teacher contracts to the school's fiscal year, starting with fiscal year 2020-2021. Did you get that? Okay.
And I'll second your motion.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? All right, hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Unanimous. You all set for the second one? Okay.
Go ahead.
I move to approve the proposed budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 according to the comments and changes made during the public session and executive session during tonight's meeting.
Matt, I'll second that motion.
All right, thank you, Nathaniel. Gregory, you got all that? Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? All right, it's unanimous. Any other business? I move to adjourn the meeting.
I'll second.
Thank you, April. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Is unanimous. All right, let me read the closing verse and then we'll be done for tonight. The most important tasks for humankind today and in the future is that we should learn to live together and understand one another. If this human fellowship is not achieved, all talk of development is empty. And that is from Rudolf Steiner. A gigantic thank you to the board members, to Christy and to Priscilla for all of their hard work and attention tonight. Thank you so much, and we'll see you very soon. Have a nice night.